Look at it, I'm the first one to join.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Mamare. 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna.
Okay, Hare Krishna. Wait, please give me a minute. Okay, okay. Okay. This is where we have to resume from. Okay. It is clear from these themes that aside from personally feeling a state of profound humility, Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur was discussing the giving up of pride, the weeds that choke the creeper of devotion. And the above verses were a profound instruction and warning to his disciples about how to cultivate bhakti with great humility themselves. This is what he was referring to. Amar Jivan Sada Pape Nahi Ko Punne Ralesh. So, in which Bhaktivinoda Thakur teaches us how to be humble in front of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. So, Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur, he spoke all of this in order to make them understand this. He was aware of the fire of ordeal that was to come for them collectively and individually. Therefore, he identified the anarthas. There's no dash about the same. And explained how to remove them without falling prey to arrogance or envy of others. The great Acharya, who was now soon to depart, was giving essential instructions about the pitfalls that would ensnare many of his disciples. In the same manner, in Srila Prabhupada's last days, he gave many warnings about cooperation and not allowing ourselves to be falsely motivated by pride or egotism. Similarly, he exhibited extreme humility, asking his god brothers to forgive him for his offenses, saying that he had been proud, etc. And we see how cogent and important these warnings by the self-realized acharyas are, who, although having personally transcended such petty problems of heart, can clearly see the absolute necessity to warn their neophyte disciples about the stumbling blocks on the path of bhakti, both by example and precept. Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur elaborated on these themes in Dhaka in 1935. Look within, amend yourself, rather than pry into the frailties of others. In this world of Maya, averse to the Lord, full of trials and tribulations, only patience, humility, and respect for others are our friends for Hari Bhajan. The Lord Gausundar puts his devotees in various difficulties and associations to test their patience and strength of mind. Success depends on their good fortune. When faults in others misguide and delude you, have patience, introspect, find faults in yourself. Know that others cannot harm you unless you harm yourself. I wish that every selfless, tender-hearted person of Gaudiya Math will be prepared to shed 200 gallons of blood for the nourishment of the spiritual corpus of every individual of this world. Preaching is hard work. My teacher, Sri Gopiprananda Prabhu, used to say that the preaching mission of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu involves three stages. So the first stage is to make non-devotees devotees. Second stage is to make devotees pure devotees. And the third stage is to make pure devotees perfect pure devotees. And we cannot make others what we are not. If I am not a devotee, I cannot make others into a devotee. If I am not a pure devotee, I cannot make others into a pure devotee. If I am not a perfect pure devotee of Krishna, I cannot make others into perfect pure devotees of Krishna. So all of this requires hard work to purify ourselves and to help purify others. But that is Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's mission. That evening, Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur gave another long lecture which centered on the theme of how to deal with an unwieldy mind. He again referred to the first verse of Manashiksha by Srila Raghunath Das Goswami. And here is an English translation of that. O mind, my brother, I fall down at your feet and beg you to relish unprecedented and excessive rati, bhava, in the constant remembrance of the spiritual master, the cows, the cowherdsmen, and the milkmaids of Vraja, the loving devotees of Lord Krishna, the pure brahmanas, the living mantra heard from the divine master, which releases the mind from Maya's bondage, the holy names of Krishna, and the divine youthful couple of Vraja, casting aside all thoughts of pride, egoism of the mundane plane at all times and under all circumstances. He also referred to Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur's song from the Gita-vali under the topic of Shreyam and spiritual welfare, which begins, Bhajare, Bhajare, or Manati Manda. This is a good song. Let me just take it out. Bhajare, okay. Okay. Bhajare, Bhajare, Amar Manati Manda. Bhajan Vina Gati Nai Re. Bhaja Vrajavane Radha Krishna Charanara Vinda. Jnana Karma Parihari Re. Bhaja Vrajavane Radha Krishna. My dear mind, how foolish you are. Oh, just worship. Oh, just worship the lotus feet of Radha and Krishna in the forest of Vraja. Oh, without such worship, there is no means of spiritual advancement. Just worship the lotus feet of Radha and Krishna in the forest of Vraja. Oh, giving up all speculative knowledge and materialistic activities. Bhaja Gaur Gadadhara Dvaita Guru Nityananda Gaura Krishna Abhed Jene Re Guru Krishna Prestha Jene Re Smara Srinivas Haridas Murari Mukunda Gaura Prema Smara Re Smara Srinivas Haridas Re. Just worship Gaur Gadadhar, Advaita and Lord Nityananda, the original spiritual master. Oh, knowing Lord Gaura and Lord Krishna to be the same. Oh, knowing the spiritual master to be very dear to Krishna. Just remember the dear associates of Lord Chaitanya, namely Srivas Thakur, Haridas Thakur, Murari Gupta, and Mukunda Datta. Oh, in deep love for Lord Gaura, you should remember. Just remember the two personalities, Srivas Thakur and Haridas Thakur. Smara Rupa Sanatana Jiva Raghunatha Dvandva Krishna Bhajan Jati Kurbe Re Rup Sanatane Smara Raghav Gopal Bhatta Swarup Ramananda Krishna Prem Jati Chao Re Swarup Ramanande Smara. Just remember the Rupa Goswami, Sanatan, Jiva, and the two Raghunaths. Oh, if you are engaged in worshipping Lord Krishna, just remember the two great souls, Sri Rupa Goswami and Sanatan Goswami. Just remember Raghav Pandit, Gopal Bhatta Goswami, Swarup Damodar Goswami, and Ramananda Rai. Oh, if you really seek love of Krishna, just remember Swarup Damodar Goswami and Ramananda Rai. Smara Goshti Saha Karnapur, Sena Shivananda, Ajasra Smara Re, Goshti Saha Karnapure, Smara Rupanuga Sadhu Ja Bhajana Ananda, Rajevas Jadi Chao Re, Rupanuga Sadhu Smara. Just remember, Srila Kavi Karnapur and all his family members, especially his father, Shivananda Sen. Oh, always remember Sri Kavi Karnapur and his family. Just remember all the sadhus who follow the path of Sri Rupa Goswami who are absorbed in the ecstasy of bhajan. Oh, if you actually want residence in the land of Braja, just remember the sadhus who are followers of Srila Rupa Goswami. So that is that song. On the 13th day of December 1936, at Gaudiya Math's Auditory Hall, Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur gave a very long lecture in which he covered a wide range of topics, touching again and again on the theme of the danger of worldliness encroaching on one's spiritual endeavors. He quoted a song he had written called Nirjane Anartha. Kumar Kanaka Bhoger Janaka Kanakyer Dware Sevaka Matho Kamini Rika Nahita Vadham Dahar Malik Keval Jadav. Pratishtha Hatoru, Yodomaya Moru, Napelo Ravon, Jujia, Judhia. Rakho, Vaishnavi Pratishtha, Tate Koro Nishtha, Taha Nam Mujile, Lopive Roro. Your gold is the progenitor of enjoyment. Serve Madhava with gold. The desire in your heart for beautiful woman is not for you. Their only proprietor is Yadav. The tree of desire for fame is a desert of the illusory energy. Ravana did not get it by struggling against Raghav. Be dedicated to the fame of a Vaishnava. If you do not worship that, you will go to hell. Raurava. This is a Raurava. A person who accepts this body as a self works very hard day and night for money to maintain his own body and the bodies of his wife and children. While working to maintain himself and his family, he may commit violence against other living entities. Such a person is forced to give up his body and his family at the time of death. He suffers reaction for his envy of other creatures by being thrown into the hell called Raura. Again, the theme of ridding oneself of anarthas. Anartha, there's no dash around the A in anarthas. Was strongly being preached by Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur. Compassionately, he was urging everyone to give up pride and envy and simply immerse themselves in spreading the glories of the Lord. His mission had become an immense vehicle for this. He didn't want it to fail. He quoted multiple sources to establish the point of single-minded devotion to Krishna. Finally, he concluded, we are all sojourners on the path of death. Everyone has to die. Therefore, in this state of life, whether one is male or female, high or low, king or subject, rich or poor, learned or foolish, everyone can make this very rare human form of life successful by becoming a servant of the eternally pure, completely blissful Sri Hari. Even in this conditioned life, one can become liberated. Therefore, it is overwhelmingly necessary to try. On December 23rd, 8 days before entering the eternal pastimes of the Lord, he made the following remarks. I have given anxiety to many people, as I have been compelled to speak genuinely truthful words, and as I have told people to worship Hari without any hypocrisy. There are possibly many people who even consider me to be an enemy. So that they may become eager to perform the sincere service of Sri Krishna, freed from other desires and deceitfulness. I have given various types of anxieties to numerous people. One day or another, they will certainly be able to understand this. With great enthusiasm, preach the words of Sri Rupa Raghunath to everyone. Our ultimate desirable object is to become the dust and the lotus feet of the followers of Sri Rupa. All of you remain united in allegiance to the Ashraya Vigraha, the spiritual master, in order to satisfy the senses of the transcendental entity of non-dual knowledge, that is Krishna. Everyone with the sole view of worshipping Hari will carry on life in this temporary two-day material existence in any way possible. Do not give up the worship of Hari, even amidst hundreds of dangers, hundreds of insults, or hundreds of persecutions. Do not become unenthusiastic upon seeing that the majority of the people in this world are not accepting the message of Krishna's sincere worship. Never give up the audition. Audition means hearing and glorification of the topics of Krishna. There, your own personal worship and your very all in all. Being humble like a blade of grass and patient like a tree, constantly glorify Hari. We are nurturing a desire to dedicate this good for nothing body in the Sankirtan sacrifice of Sri Krishna Chaitanya and his associates. We are not at all desirous of any heroism in fruitive activities or religion. But our real condition is to be the dust at the lotus feet of Sri Rupa Prabhu, birth after birth. This is our all and all. The line of Bhakti Vinod will never be closed. Bhakti Vinod Dhara Kokhono Ruddha Hovena. With even more enthusiasm, you should become engaged in preaching the desire of Bhakti Vinod's heart. Amongst you, there are many capable and accomplished men. We have no other desire at all. These are only words. These are our only words. This is a statement by Raghunath Das Goswami. Adadanas Pranam Tantaya Idam yache punah punah. Srimad Rupa Padam Bhoja Dhuli Shyam Janma Janmani. Taking a blade of grass between my teeth, I fall down again and again and again. Pray that I may become the dust at the feet of Srimad Rupa birth after birth. There are various types of inconveniences while staying in this world, but there is no need for us to become extremely afflicted by these inconveniences or to try to dispel these inconveniences. While staying here, it is necessary for us to gain an introduction to what our eternal life will be and to what entity we will attain to after all these inconveniences have been removed. Here, it is compulsory to make decisions about all those objects which attract and repel us in various ways, both that which I want and do not want. We will be drawn by the attractions and repulsions of this place to the same degree as the amount of intervening distance there is between us and the lotus feet of Krishna. What this means is, as we progress further and further towards Krishna's lotus feet, the amount to which we will be affected by the material attractions and material repulsions will decrease. So right now we are disoriented by so many things which attract our attention, so many things which make us happy with that, or things which make us very unhappy. We should not get disoriented by this. We should be goal-oriented, fixed in the goal. Sadhana siddhi, we have to attain the highest goal of life, and for that we need to endeavor. Purusha cheshta adrishta janani. Man is the architect of his good fortune. So he has to work it out. Each and every person who has taken to Krishna consciousness should endeavor. When we go beyond the attractions and repulsions of this world and are attracted by the transcendental name, then the topics about the mellow of service to Krishna can be understood. So therefore, we need to increase the quality and quantity of our chanting. Then we can understand the meaning of the tastes derived from selfless, affectionate service to Krishna's lotus feet. At the present time, the topics about Krishna are greatly startling and perplexing. Adventitious occurrences are obstructing our eternally needed realization. Various circumstantial happenings are obstructing the spiritual realization of our relationship with Krishna, which is eternally required. To eliminate these, everyone who holds the name of a human being is more or less consciously or unconsciously engaged in a struggle. To enter into that eternally needed kingdom beyond all duality is our only necessity. Our only requirement is to go to Krishna's abode by becoming thoroughly qualified to serve him and his associates. This is a point what Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur repeatedly said. Not that from the ultimate perspective, we don't have any other duty. Not the duty to wife, husband, children, father, mother, this one, that one. Ultimately, our goal is to go back to Godhead, for which we need to work hard. In this world, we do not have any attachment or aversion towards anybody. All the arrangements of this world are momentary. That supreme desideratum is indispensably necessary for every single person. May all of you, with one aim and in a single voice, attain the right of serving the original Ashraya Vigraha. May the flow of thought of Sri Rupa's followers stream over the world. May we never, in any condition whatsoever, show aversion to the sacrifice of chanting the seven-tongued Sankirtan of Sri Krishna. If there is ever increasing attachment for this, perfection on all sides will be achieved. May all of you, by the earnest pursuance of Sri Rupa's followers, preach the words of Sri Rupa Raghunath in a fearless voice with supreme enthusiasm. Sakale Milia Mishia Rupa Raghunath Swani Prachar Koribe. All of you being fully united, preach the instructions of Rupa Goswami and Raghunath Das Goswami. Milia Mishia. It's a very interesting word, expression in Bengali, which means all of you unitedly do this. United meaning seamlessly integrated. That's an appropriate English expression. Not that this movement should be divided into so many different camps of devotees and all that. In one camp thinks the leader of this camp is the pure devotee, others may or may not be pure devotees. Then another camp thinks that the leader of this camp is the pure devotee, others may or may not be pure devotee. Not like that. Single voice, you see here, single voice with one aim and a single voice. Single focus, single goal. Disappearance, Nitya Leela. On the morning of December 31, 1936, Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur requested Sripad P.R. Sridhar Maharaj to sing Sri Rupa Manjari by Srila Narottam Das Thakur and Sripad Navin Krishna Vidyalankar to sing the Shikshashtaka. Okay, let me show you what that is. This is Narottam Das Thakur. I only read out the English translation. The lotus feet of Sri Rupa Manjari. Sri Rupa Manjari is the spiritual identity of Srila Rupa Goswami. The lotus feet of Sri Rupa Manjari are my real wealth. They are the object of my devotion, service, and worship. They are the treasure of my heart, and they are my ornaments and the life of my life. For me, they are the reservoirs of all rasa and the conclusion of the religion of the Vedas. They are the fulfillment of all my desires and the goal of all my vows, my austerities, my religious activities, and the chanting of my mantra. By the power of those lotus feet, my activities will become favorable to devotion. I will achieve spiritual perfection. And with these two eyes, I shall be able to actually see both day and night. The flood of exquisite beauty of Sri Rupa Manjari's divine lotus feet will shine like the brilliant full moon upon the lotus of my heart, soothing my afflicted soul. O Rupa Manjari, the venom of the snake of separation from you has enfeebled my soul. And now my life is ever afflicted and distressed. Alas, please have mercy and give me the shade of your lotus feet. Narottam Das has taken refuge. The Shikshashtaka refers to this Bhaktivinoda Thakur's own Bengali paraphrase of the Shikshashtaka. Not this, actually, not this. This is not correct. These are the ones. Very, very nice. So he had his disciples sing this. In fact, at one point, here, I think it was this point, when he heard it, he beat his head. In the forenoon, he requested the editor of the Gaudiya magazine to see to it that the Vaishnava Manjusha, casket of Vaishnava vocabulary, would be compiled and published. Did not happen. Let me show you what is Vaishnava Manjusha. Only 4 small volumes was done. He wanted a very detailed encyclopedia. This is the first edition, just small, just got some 100 pages. This is how it looked like. Vaishnava Manjusha Samakriti, a compilation of It is a casket. This was done by Sri Siddhanta Saraswati. And as we will see later, Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati very much wanted this. But only he could produce 4 small volumes during his time. 104 pages, 114 pages. Each of them very small, 92 pages. And he wanted content from all the 4 Vaishnava lines. In his last days, he had specifically requested that his disciples form a governing body commission, GBC, of 10 or 12 devotees to manage the society's affairs. Two of his last statements were, love and rupture both should have the same end in view. Thakur Narottam lived on the principles of Ruparagnath. It is good to follow that path. To all he announced, please accept my blessings to you all, present and absent. Please bear in mind, our sole duty and religion is to spread and propagate service to the Lord and his devotees. Thus, the great Acharya, the Simha Guru, the uncompromising sadhu, the Vaikuntha man, as Srila Prabhupada once described him, the tireless preacher of the pure teachings of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, left this material world uttering the name of Krishna at about 5:30 a.m. on Thursday, January 1st, 1937, and entered the pastimes of the Supreme Lord, having firmly established the foundation of a spiritual movement, which will be carried around the world by his pure servant, His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, the founder Acharya of the International Society for Krishna Consciousness. After Om Vishnupad, Ashtottara Shantashi Srimad Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Goswami Maharaj Prabhupada's disappearance pastime, his transcendental body was worshipped with scented oil, flowers, and sandalwood paste. Then his spiritual body was brought before the deities in the Sri Saraswata auditory hall and decorated with flowers, garlands, and cloth. There, the appropriate worship and arati was performed. After this, an immense Sankirtan procession carried the divine form to Sealda railway station. Along the way, thousands had a final darshan. From Krishnagar, he was moved by motor car to Surabganj and carried with a Sankirtan procession to Sridham Mayapur. A huge crowd of devotees and onlookers had gathered, and there was an immense outpouring of grief and separation, but simultaneously a constant glorification of the holy name of Krishna. First, Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur was brought to the Yogapeeth, then to Srivasanga, and then to Sri Advaita Bhavan. Finally, he was brought to Sri Vrajapattana, the place of his intense bhajan, where he had performed the vow of chanting 1 billion names. He was taken to the front of the Samadhi of Om Vishnupad Gaurkishore Das Babaji Maharaj by the banks of Radhakund, and then to the Sri Avidyaharan Natya Mandir, where tremendous kirtan was held for the whole night. The work on the Samadhi was immediately begun by sannyasis, Babajis, Brahmacharis, Grihasthas, and Vanaprasthas, who had all taken shelter at his lotus feet. At the end of the night, Samadhi mantras were written on his body according to the directions of the Samskara Deepika by Srila Gopal Bhatta Goswami. His spiritual body was then brought to the Samadhi site and placed on a throne of white marble. His feet were anointed with aguru and sandalwood paste, and the flowers offered to his feet collected. Flower garlands were offered around his neck, and tulasi plants were sown on all sides. His favorite songs were sung. Sri Rupamanjari Pada. I already read out that translation. Swananda Sukada Kunja Manohara. Okay, let me show you what this is. No, not this. Here. This is Bhaktivinoda. It appears in Gitamala, I think. Is it not? Yes, it is. It appears in Gitamala, Bhaktivinoda. The banks of Sri Radhakund are made of billions of conscious, ecstatic, desire-fulfilling touchstones, and surrounding the lake are hundreds and hundreds of beautiful transcendental gardens and groves. All the trees and creepers in those gardens are made of coral and rubies. And the fruits they produce are diamonds and pearls. Indeed, their branches are bending down to the ground due to the weight of so many lovely gemstone fruits. My small cottage is shining beautifully within the most enchanting garden called Swananda Sukhada Kunja, the grove that gives the happiness of my own bliss. Living there, I will sing Krishna's holy name and will greedily hanker for that time when I will get the personal service of him and his associates. Suddenly, while chanting and meditating like this, the songs of a divine flute will enter this maidservant's ear. Becoming madly excited by such a sound, I will forget everything and will only listen spellbound to those wonderful songs of Shri Krishna's flute. The low, deep sound of his long murli flute will call out Radhe, Radhe, the very name of my own worshipable queen. Startled with wonder by hearing such a sound, this maidservant will jump up in great haste with an extremely anxious heart, not knowing what to do next. And of course, our Yashamati Nanda, Vrajavarana. Then chanting Jayanilo Premadhana, the devotees circumambulated the Samadhi site 4 times. The Samadhi was covered with earth and surrounded by tulasi on all 4 sides, marked with the sign of tilak and covered with flower garlands. Then a fire sacrifice, offering of bhoga and arati were performed, and there were readings from the disappearance of Srila Haridas Thakur and Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur's poems from the end of his Anubhashya, towards the end of his Chaitanya Charitamrita commentary. Has that been translated? Just give me a minute. No. This is the Acharya's son, Acharya Bhaskar, the son like Acharya, as he had been called by his father, Bhaktivinoda Thakur, passed from earthly vision and he entered the eternal pastimes of the Lord. His contributions summarized. His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, especially commented on Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur's powerful preaching against casteism and Sahajiyas, and how effective he was at debunking those very strongly rooted influences in Indian cultural and religious traditions. This was practically one of his most important contributions, coupled with his constant axe blows against the impersonalists and voidists. Even though we know from the scripture that a Brahmana is not by birth, we know that. Bhagavatam says that. You find references in Mahabharata, you find it here and there. Still, nobody had the courage to actually reform a corrupted system based on birth. By default, the son of a Brahmana is meant to be trained as a Brahmana. And to encourage him, encourage the son of a Brahmana, he was referred to as a Brahmana. Just like within ISKCON, we refer to children born to devotees as devotees. We are devotees. We don't eat anything which is not offered to Krishna. And we tell the children also, you are also a devotee. You should not eat anything which is not offered to Krishna. So actually the son of a devotee or a daughter of a devotee does not automatically become a devotee. If you cannot become a Brahmana by birth, you certainly cannot become a Vaishnava by birth also. But still, just to encourage you, talk like that. So culturally, the children born to Brahmanas, Kshatriyas, and so on, they have been referred to as such by the learned, just to encourage them. But that has been misunderstood, and then it is worked out into a very horrible caste system, entirely based on birth. So to uproot such practically all-pervasive corruption, only a person who is empowered by Lord Vishnu himself can do it. He did it. He did it powerfully. He also did much to establish a unifying influence on the various Vaishnava sects by stressing the points of agreement shared by the four major sampradayas. He published the writings of the other Vaishnava acharyas, especially Srila Madhvacharya and Srila Ramanujacharya, and also published accounts of their lives. In his travels throughout India, and especially South India, he enjoyed a reputation as an incredibly powerful debater and received the title of Simha Guru, Lion Guru. Various proponents of the Mayavadi school would cross the street rather than confront him, and he was known to accost such scholars and chastise them for cheating the innocent public with false philosophy. Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur has told us how to preach, and he has also told how not to preach. So anybody who claims to be very compassionate to this world, he has to follow the instructions, especially if he claims that he's a follower of Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur. You cannot disobey a powerful acharya in order to preach, in order to compassionately preach. That's a method. He established 64 temples, 17 in Navadvip Mandal, including the 29th pinnacle, Sri Chaitanya Math, Sri Advaita Bhavan, Sri Srivasankar, the large temple at the site of the Yoga Peeth, which was opened by the king of Tripura in 1935. Swananda Sudhita Kunj, the place of Bhajan, and Samadhi of Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur, Madhutrama Gaudiya Math, the site of Vrindavan Thakur's appearance, and many others. He established 13 more in other parts of Gaud Mandal and Bengal, notably Sri Gaudiya Math in Calcutta, first established at number 1 Uldaranga Junction Road in 1920, and which later shifted to the Marble Temple in Balbazar. 5 more were established in Sri Kshetra Mandal at Puri, Alalnath, Bhubaneswar, and Katak. In Vraj Mandal, 10 temples were established in Vrindavan, Mathura, Varshana, Nandagram, Hodal, Govardhan, Radhakund, etc. 14 more were established in other important sites in India: Assam, Madras, now known as Chennai, Bihar, Benares, Allahabad, Naimisharanya. Benares is the same as Varanasi, Haridwar, Delhi, Kurukshetra, Baleshwar, also known as Balasore, Gaya, and Kovur, the site of the talks between Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and Ramananda Rai. Outside of India, temples were established in Rangoon, Burma, and small centers in London and Germany. Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur established many presses and printed thousands of books. In 1928, he even established a daily newspaper called Nadiya Prakash. When challenged how it was possible to publish a daily newspaper about God, Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur explained how this world was a small place, only 1/4 of the creation compared to the spiritual world, which comprises the other 3/4. He further replied, here in this world, there are thousands of newspapers and magazines reporting the stale, repetitious happenings of this limited space. So for reporting the news of the unlimited spiritual realm, concerning the eternal, ever-fresh Supreme Personality of Godhead, we could publish a newspaper at every second, what to speak of daily. Prabhupada actually said that this can still be done. It can still be done. Actually, in the Nadiya Prakash, there was one portion of each issue dealt with just contemporary material news. Then there was also spiritual articles added separately. So Prabhupada said it can be done. Somebody can take it up and do it. They will be blessed by Prabhupada and Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur if the spiritual messages that they give are fully in line with the teachings of Prabhupada and Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur. His presses were the Bhagavat Yantra, Bhagavat Press, established in Calcutta in 1913, the Gaudiya Printing Works, established in Calcutta in 1923, the Nadiya Prakash Printing Press, established in Mayapur in 1928, and the Paramarthi Printing Works, established in 1936 in Cuttack, Orissa. He published the following magazines: Sajantoshini, established in 1881 by Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur, later taken over by Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur and renamed The Harmonist, an English monthly. Gaudiya, his first magazine, established in 1922, as the official weekly journal of the Gaudiya Math. The Nadia Prakash, established in 1926, initially as an English or Bengali magazine, but later a daily newspaper. The Bhagavat, established in 1931 as a Hindi fortnightly. The Paramarthi, established in 1932, a fortnightly Oriya magazine. And Kirtan, established in 1932, an Assamese monthly. All of this we should just continue. He personally wrote over 108 essays and books listed fully in Appendix 1. And aside from these, he also published hundreds of articles in the Sajantoshini, Nivedan, Gaudiya, Nadia Prakash. Apart from his own writing, he also published many other books. The Bhagavad Gita with commentary by Srila Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur, Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur, 12 cantos of Srimad Bhagavatam with commentary by Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur, Srila Vishwanath Chakravarti, Srila Madhvacharya and others, the Chaitanya Bhagavat with his Gaudiya Bhashya, the Chaitanya Chandramrita and Navadip Shataka by Sri Prabodhananda Saraswati, the Vedanta Tattvasar by Srila Ramanujacharya, Mani Manjari by Srila Madhvacharya, Sadachar Smriti by Srila Madhvacharya, the Navadip Dham Granthamala by Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur, an English version of the Sri Chaitanya Bhagavat. I still could not locate this. And 20,000 copies of Srila Narottam Das Thakur's Prema Bhakti Chandrika, a small booklet. The Sri Chaitanya Mangal by Lochan Das Thakur, the Brahma Samhita with Srila Jiva Goswami's comments and his own Gaudiya Bhashya. Brahma Samhita was in English, his own commentaries on this English publication. He also edited countless other books by his father and was prepared to do much more. He met with many scholars, leaders, and educators and established Krishna consciousness as a great science worthy of the highest esteem. He had interviews and debates with the acharyas of other schools of thought and was never defeated, thus establishing the Achintya Bheda Bheda Tattva philosophy of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu as a supreme doctrine of all time. He also propagated theistic displays and diorama exhibitions in Kurukshetra in 1928, 1933, and 1936, in Mayapur in 1930, in Calcutta in 1930-31, in Dhaka in 1933, in Patna, Bihar in 1933, in Kashi, Benares, Varanasi in 1933, and in Prayag, Allahabad in 1936. These exhibitions were free and were staged with the help of toys, dolls, pictures, writings, and even mechanical devices for moving the dolls, describing the Leelas of Lord Krishna, Lord Chaitanya, etc. Generally, these exhibitions were held for 15 days, but occasionally longer according to popular demand. He also established several important parikramas of the dhams, especially the Navadip Dham Parikrama and the Vrajamandal Parikrama, which were both originally set in motion by Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu himself, setting the example as the greatest devotee of Krishna. The whole purpose of organizing these huge undertakings, in which thousands took part, was to arouse the awareness of the reality of the Lord's pastimes in the minds of the pilgrims. He pointed out that every year devotees must visit Mayapur, Lord Chaitanya's birthplace. He said that just as during Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's manifest pastimes from Bengal, every year the devotees would go and meet Lord Chaitanya. They would go for Chaturmas. So like that, he said, Lord Chaitanya's followers every year must come and see Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu in Mayapur. He also discovered many pilgrimage sites of Lord Chaitanya and his associates' pastimes and established Padapithas, lotus feet markers on many sites of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's preaching pastimes from his pilgrimage tour of India. And his followers have continued it. And we are also thinking of establishing more Padapithas. Srila Saraswati Thakur always emphasized Kirtan and talks about Krishna and called his press the Brihat Mridanga, meaning the greater Mridanga, which could be heard far and wide as opposed to just a few blocks. He preached the theme of Daivi Varnashrama very vigorously in the line of Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur, as well as the division of devotional writing into three categories: Sambandha, Abhidheya, and Prayojana. He particularly stressed the line of thought coming down from Srila Rupa Goswami and Srila Raghunath Das Goswami, the acharyas of Abhidheya and Prayojana Tattvas respectively. Lord Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur was an innovator in many ways. Although sannyasis traditionally never used any conveyances, vehicles, with the exception of ox carts, he rode in motor cars, motorized boats, etc. Although sannyasis never wore sewn cloth. Srila Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur and his preachers on occasion wore overcoats, kurtas, etc. He utilized the radio for broadcasting his message. He said sannyasis over the sea, which was considered revolutionary. Actually, Bhaktivinoda Thakur does point out that one should not cross the ocean for any purpose other than to spread Vedic Dharma. So, yes, there was this prohibition, we should not cross the sea, but there is one exception. If one can spread Vedic Dharma, then it's allowed. And Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur only used that one loophole. All of this innovation was strictly in the mode of spreading the glories of the Lord and engaging people in Krishna consciousness. He adhered strictly to the principles of Gaudiya Vaishnavism, but with a view to liberate people. His principle of renunciation was the type described by Srila Rupa Goswami, Yukta Vairagya, engaging the illusory energy fully in the service of Krishna. For himself, he was never influenced by any desire for adoration or any other sort of sense gratification, being an eternally liberated servitor of the Lord. Armed with the books of the Goswamis and Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur, he fought against deviant sects like the Owls, Bowls, Kathabhajas, Neda, Darvesh, Chai, Matihari, Chudadari, and all other malpractices, nonsense theories, Mayavadis, atheists, etc. He was indomitable. You cannot defeat him. Once in Dhaka, where there was a great prominence of Sahajiyas and caste-conscious people, the word was passed around that the Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur's sannyasis and brahmacharis should not be given any alms, and that the doors should be shut in their faces. When his disciples asked him what to do, he replied that if necessary, they should subsist off Ganges water alone, but not to give up distributing Lord Chaitanya's message. With great determination, they continued to preach, gradually received help, and ultimately a nice center was established in Dhaka, despite so much opposition. His physical appearance was tall. He had long arms, a slender body, broad forehead, aquiline nose, intense eyes, golden complexion. He was full of ecstatic love of God. His presence was amiable and majestic. He was well versed in all subjects and scriptures, having devoured and memorized many libraries, and was called the living encyclopedia. He knew Sanskrit, Bengali, English, astronomy, and many other branches of knowledge. He was very courageous, had unlimited capacity for preaching, and was naturally decorated with all 26 qualities of a pure devotee. Prabhupada once commented when asked about his divine grace, Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Goswami Maharaj, "What can I say? He was a Vaikuntha man." Okay, here is an appendix. I'm not going to read through, but I may give some explanations here and there. Okay, this is coming from a booklet. I have actually seen this booklet by Bhakti Pradeep Tirtha Maharaj. Okay. So W means written, and ED means edited. After that, you come across ear. Prahlad Charitra is the life of Prahlad in Bengali verses in 5 chapters. You can see that he wrote articles on astrology, translated. So there's a lot of translation from complicated texts. A review of Sanskrit Bhaktamal, an article on Natha Muni. Natha Muni appeared in the Sri Vaishnava line. He edited the spiritual portion of a weekly journal named Nivedan, Bengali journal. He wrote an article, Yamanacharya. Yamanacharya is the grand spiritual master of Ramanuja. Then on Ramanuja himself, Bonge Samajikata, social life in Bengal. Then he wrote the truth regarding the comparative position between a Brahmana and a Vaishnava in Bengali. This was the essay. This is a good book, Prabhu. He said this is a good book. This can be studied actually. In English, we have an English translation of this. We have a translation of this. It is good. It is good. Then Chaitanya Charitamrita has a commentary by him. Bhaktivinoda Thakur wrote a commentary, and Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur's commentary follows that commentary, and therefore he titled it Anubhashya, subsequent commentary. Similarly, he wrote an Anuvritti to Upadeshamrita. Upadeshamrita already had a vritti, a brief explanation by Bhaktivinoda. So Bhaktivinoda instructed Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati to write another commentary on Upadeshamrita, to himself write a commentary on Upadeshamrita. So his commentary, he titled it as Anuvritti. He printed Gaura Krishnadaya. It is a brief biography of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. He printed it in Bengali script. Then Bhaktivinoda's edition of Bhagavad Gita with commentary by Vishwanath Chakravarti and Bhaktivinoda's translation. This is Rasika Ranjan, paraphrase. He published that. He published a pocket edition of Navadip Panjika, almanac, calendar, on the instruction of Jagannath Das Babaji Maharaj. He published Sangeeta Madhav. This is by Prabodhananda Saraswati Thakur. It is on Krishna's conjugal pastimes in Vrindavan. But just to keep it in print, Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur simply kept it in print. He published it in Sajjan Doshini without a translation, but he published it. Then he wrote various articles in Sajjan Doshini. Interesting articles. You can see this after he took over Sajjan Doshini. He wrote a brief commentary on Shikshashtaka and the encyclopedia. He compiled the encyclopedia, but only up to this much. He actually wanted to do more. At one time, he said, if I have to take another birth, I will work on this encyclopedia. Then he published his Bhagavatam edition. His Bhagavatam edition is a fabulous edition. It had, first of all, canto summaries in Bengali, chapter summaries in Bengali. It had the original Sanskrit verses in Bengali script. It had a Sanskrit word for word explanation, word for word meaning in Sanskrit. It was Sanskrit to Sanskrit in Bengali script. He gave a Bengali translation. He added Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur's commentary as it is. He added Madhvacharya's commentary as it is. He provided notes where he paraphrases or quotes other commentators occasionally. He presents his own vivritti, his own explanation. It's a very fabulous work, and almost, you see, he completed by 1935. It was like his life work, magnum opus for him. He published Chaitanya Bhagavat with extensive commentary. Bhakti Sandarbha with the translation. Pramaya Ratnavali. Pramaya Bhakti Sandarbha is by Jiva Goswami. We learned that he actually offered to translate any one of the Sandarbhas. He asked his disciples which one to do, and they requested Bhakti Sandarbha, and so he did that. Pramaya Ratnavali is Sri Baladev Vidyabhushan's own summary of Govinda Vashyam. He published it with its standard commentary, and then he wrote a Bengali paraphrase of it also. He presented Chaitanya Chandramrita with Sanskrit to Bengali, word meanings. Very quite elaborate it is, with a Bengali translation. And he gave Navadip Shatak. Navadip Shataka is Prabodhananda Saraswati's 100 verses on Navadip Dham. He translated that into Bengali prose. Bhaktivinoda Thakur had also presented a versified paraphrase of Navadip Shataka, but he gave a prose translation of that. Vedanta Tattvasar was by a follower of Ramanuja, also known as Ramanuja, in Sanskrit, but he translated into Bengali. Mani Manjari is an interesting book. It is written by Madhvacharya's biographer on the events that preceded Madhvacharya's appearance. At one time, I wanted to translate it. Some of my friends, they told me, no, that will freak out ISKCON right now, so please do it later on. Madhvacharya Sadachara Smriti. Madhvacharya wrote a brief guidebook for Vaishnavas, small, just a booklet actually, and he gave a Bengali translation of that. Navadvipam Granthamala, that is this one. No, this is Bhaktivinoda original. This is Bhaktivinoda edition. Another edition. It had various content, very interesting content. This one. No. Yes, there is this edition. It had content from Bhaktivinoda, from Bhakti Ratnakar. Contains quite interesting, everything put together, whatever was available at that time. This one, Chaitanya Bhagavad English translation, should try to get it. Somehow it's just, we haven't been able to get it. Prem Bhakti Chandrika, that was there. Then Harinamamrita grammar. This is Jiva Goswami's own grammar book for learning Sanskrit, using the names of Krishna. It's using the names of Krishna. So he published it in Bengali script, and later it was printed in Devanagari script. Is it here? No, it's not this. But anyway, it is available. At least it's available. Chaitanya Mangal, he edited it from various manuscripts. Haribhakti Kalpalatika was a book that Bhaktivinoda Thakur liked. We don't know who wrote it, but Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur not only printed it, he gave a Bengali translation. Then he wrote other articles like Raya Ramananda, booklets like Raya Ramananda, the Vedanta, its morphology, ontology, relative words. Paratantra Jagadvaya was a Bengali writing. Brahma Samhita also he published. Purushartha Vinaya also Bengali writing. Various journals. Works of Bhaktivinoda that he edited and published. Chaitanya Upanishad, Brahma Samhita, he translated that. Actually, the version that we have as Brahma Samhita English edition with the English purports, it is just a translation of Bhaktivinoda Thakur's Bengali commentary. Prema Vivarta is by Jagadananda Pandit. Bhajan Rahasya is Bhaktivinoda. Archana Paddhati was, it is a brief guideline for deity worship. Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur commissioned it and had it done. Archana Khana appears to be a smaller version of that. Jaiva Dharma, Chaitanya Shikshamrita in English and Telugu. Then Bhaktivinoda Ishopanishad, Navadvipta Mahatmya, Tattva Muktavali is a Madhva work. Tattva Vivek is by Bhaktivinoda, where he presents Western philosophy, and he reviews various non-Vaishnava philosophies and refutes them briefly. Tattva Sutra, he printed it in Devanagari type. Tattva Sutra was an important book of Bhaktivinoda. Ishopanishad had this all Bhaktivinoda's edition. Shri Harinam Chintamani, Satkriya Sardipika, and Samskar Dipika are by Gopal Bhatta Goswami. The life and precepts of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is in English. Is this? I should show you this. Gauranga Leela Smarana Mangala Stotram by Bhaktivinoda. It had an introduction, 1896. It had an introduction in English that runs for several pages, and this was Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, his life and precepts. So this, okay, it runs for this many pages, 64 pages. So Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur printed that as a separate booklet, still available. The Bhagavad, its philosophy and theology, is very popular even now. Chaitanya Charitamrita, Sharanagati, in English and Tamil. Kalyana Kalpataru in Oriya script. Gita Bali. Bhaktivinoda wrote 4 songbooks. Kalyana Kalpataru, Sharanagati, Gita Mala, Gita Bali. And he established various printing presses. He established Lord Chaitanya's footprints in different places. Here also, I am right now here in Srirangam. In Srirangam also, some of his followers, after Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur's disappearance, they established a lotus footprint for Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Okay, here is the concluding portion of the Vyasa Puja address, Humbler Than a Blade of Grass, given on February 24, 1924. Very useful to understand these important excerpts. It is only when we have occasion to listen to the praises of the supreme object of all praises from the Master, and they react on our hearts, that we may learn about our utter worthlessness. Their profound humility and obedience teach us that it is never possible to approach God and his devotees except by such humble submission. If we learn to be arrogant, we would surely be deprived of the service of God and his devotees for good. There are persons who do not worship his devotees while worshipping God. Verily, they are arrogant persons and not worshippers of God. That's a scriptural statement. In the matter of what? It's an English rendition of a scriptural statement. In the matter of worship, God and his devotees are to be equated. If the same devotion with which we worship God is not aroused in our hearts to the feet of his devotees, we are rendered perfectly worthless and will have lived in vain. All of them are instructing me about the highest service of God. May we be ever ready to sweep away from our hearts, by the rough application of hundreds of pointed broomsticks, the wicked design of desiring to be honored above other persons by the devotees of God. So the desire to be respected by other devotees is a very evil anartha, one of the most terrible anarthas that can prevent us from progressing towards Prema Bhakti. The desire to be respected by non-devotees is worse than that. God will be merciful to us, and we shall be blessed by the gift of devotion to his divine feet. The very day that we are delivered from the evil desire of seeking advantages and honors from others, a person is relieved from all ineligibilities by being imparted fitness for the service of God. Women, Shudras, and the rest look condemnable and contemptible in the eyes of the world for their evil deeds. Even such persons are enabled to attain the eternal good by noting the model disposition of the devotees of God, who honor all persons without requiring to be honored, and by following their conduct and teaching. Let us remember the text already quoted, though there are those who worship God but do not worship his devotees. Verily, such persons are arrogant sinners. They are not worshippers of God. If we become arrogant after having adopted the path of devotion, if we worship only God and disregard the worship of his devotees, we would be put to manifold difficulties for our offense at the feet of the servants of God. We would be overtaken by the greatest of all misfortunes, by being afflicted with apathy, indifference for the principle of devotion itself. Human life is meant solely for the attainment of the supreme good. Why do I forget it? Why do I forget that I am the meanest and least of all entities? The ambition to lord it over others, to be great, to be an elevationist. This is what this is Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur's expression for a karmi. Karmi meaning not a sinful person, a sinless materialist, elevationist, because he's trying to elevate his material position in his next life. Or salvationist. This is his expression for a person who's seeking liberation. Is brought about when we allow ourselves to fall victims to the temptations of the deluding energy of God. Such ambition is petty and useless. If there is any use in curbing one's hankering after becoming great in the eyes of the world, if there is any use in gaining one's real health, it is imperative to accept the line of the thought of the Vaishnavas. Those who are fit possess abundant power of devotion. They are strong. I should not apply myself to find out the shortcomings of the Vaishnavas, or to condemn the service of Lord Vishnu, or to seek to establish my own point of view by neglecting the method by which I may be enabled to serve the Lord and his devotees. No language can describe the havoc that is wrought in human life by such arrogance. I make this submission in all humility. May you kindly refrain from merely imitating the conduct of the Vaishnavas. May you always follow their line of thought. There is no relationship for us other than with the devotees of Vishnu. The relationship with other persons can only aggravate the desire for sensuous gratification. Many a year has now passed over me one by one. I at last realize that there is no other help for me than the mercy of the holy feet of the Vaishnavas. Every one of my acts is fit to be attacked. I pray to those who look down upon me that if they consider that it is allowable for me to follow the conduct and the teachings of the Vaishnavas, they would no longer maintain that attitude. They will kindly impart to me the needful strength and fitness to communicate their power to those who are stupid and ignorant and devoid of all strength. One who serves Lord Hari counts himself as the least of all entities. One is lifted to the highest order of the Vaishnavas when one can feel himself the least of all. Prabhupada also stated this. He said, the more you progress, the more you understand that you are not very significant. One can then proclaim out the message of the highest devotion of Lord Hari. The best of all persons deems himself to be less than all others. Such is the great dictum. It is necessary for the best to scrutinize one's ineligibility. In other words, if we need to progress in Krishna consciousness, we have to abandon the way of thinking that is taught by the non-devotees. The non-devotees urge everyone to think about how great they are, about their capacities. You can do it, and so on. But Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur teaches us, think about what you can never ever do. Why should a person be anxious to pry into the defects of others when he does not seek to scrutinize his own conduct? Is this the disposition of the Vaishnava? On the other hand, even those who are low in the scale of service may attain the higher level. Let us remember the texts, not to speak of persons who listen to and remember with care the instructions of the spiritual scriptures. Even those who live by sin, that is, women, Shudras, Purnas, Shabaras, and the birds of the air, can know God and prevail over his deluding power if they follow the conduct of the devoted servants of the Lord, who covers all the worlds by his wonderful strength. This is straight from Bhagavatam. The acts and expressions of the Vaishnavas cannot be understood even by the wise. That's from Chaitanya Charitamrita. The devotees are attached to the Lord who pervades the worlds with his wonderful strengths. The Vikrama, the Bhuta Parakrama. Let us not be misled by the apparent sight. Many a person has been liable to mistake the pebble for the pearl, the snake for the rope, evil for good, by falling a victim to delusion, by relying on apparent sight. It is only when a person allows himself to fall into the clutches of self-delusion that one's senses show their eagerness for supplying the wants incidental to the phenomenal world. In other words, our senses become very eager to fulfill our current circumstantial needs in the material world by supposing himself to be an inhabitant of the same, while we imagine that we are actually residents of this material world. We should consider well how we are to be delivered from being thus exploited by the deluding energy. It will never bring us relief if we adopt the lordly mentality for supplying our present inadequacies and for avoiding what certain hasty observers have been pleased to dub as the slave mentality of the devotees of God. In other words, there have been some people who have rashly come to the conclusion that God's devotees have a slave mentality. Then you should learn to think on your own. You should learn to question authority and so on. But these ideas will never bring us relief. Such modes of thinking accelerate our march towards the inferno by plunging us into the course of sensuous indulgences. If we disregard or ignore the devotees of God for elevating ourselves, we would thereby be cast into the prison of 3 dimensions and spring toward inflation instead of contraction. I will be good. I will be cured of my mundane desires. I will have a real well-being. This is the proper kind of judgment. But it is not at all laudable to entertain the contrary thoughts. I will be great. I will gratify my malice by stopping the course of the whole world. It is by no means proper to set up one's superiority against the worshipfulness of God's devotees. The path of hearing to the transcendental word has been rendered devious by the misinterpretation of the text. Aham Brahmasmi. Aham Brahmasmi is from the Upanishads. I have listened to the true interpretation of the text at the lotus feet of my divine master. It is to this effect. It is our eternal duty to chant constantly the name of Hari by being infinitely more truly humble than the smallest blade of grass, more truly forbearing than even the providentially patient tree, and to honor others without seeking honor. What persuasive courtesy, what humility do these words express? How great is the benefit? How great the good that we may have by listening to such words. We have it from the Talava Upanishad, Talavaka Upanishad, that those who aspire to be masters of the devotees, who are masters of God himself, are indeed most culpably arrogant. Srimad Bhagavatam significantly declares, let those who profess to know God brag of their knowledge, but let me have nothing to do with such fellows. This is all I've got to say in this matter. Brahma's prayers, 10th canto, Bhagavatam. Not one among the parts of this material world is a part of the service of the divinity. The idea that one should be master of God's devotees leads to inferno. It is harmful to follow any worldly path. To follow the devotees of God is the only path that leads to one's real good. Whatever method is followed by the devotees is worthy of being cherished with utmost love and reverence. Holding the blade of straw between my teeth, I pray time and again for this only boon, that I may be a particle of dust at the lotus feet of the most revered Sri Rupa Goswami Prabhu. Let there be birth after birth for us, that we may walk in the path of the followers of Sri Rupa by being the particles of dust at the lotus feet of the devotees of God. The root of it all is humility, or the due realization of one's own ineligibility. Everything starts with this. When we realistically understand what we can never ever do, or what we cannot do right now, we can never ever become God. We can, and right now also circumstantially, because of our aversion to Krishna and Krishna's devotees, we are not able to serve them to the extent we want. So we should be aware of this. If the conviction of our unfitness for the service of God is revealed to us either automatically or by the instruction of other persons, we are only then in a position to appreciate the beauty of the lotus feet of God's devotees. In all the tasks of the average people of this world, the idea that is uppermost is how to promote the gratification of one's senses. If we happen to be obsessed with the idea that it is the path of religion, we will be prevented for good from becoming truly religious. All persons are accustomed to worship the beautiful feet of God. But the conception that God is to supply our comforts and conveniences in lieu, in exchange of worship, is worthy of a shopkeeper. In other words, we should not make God into a shopkeeper that we just go, we purchase something from him. That we have to receive some other things in exchange for our worship is not the trend of thought of the devotees of God. If one seeks to follow such a course, one will never understand the nature of service to Krishna. God is full of the highest well-being. God is full of the highest well-being. Krishna is only thinking about our supreme benefit. It is no proof of one's goodness or judgment to pray to God for the gratification of one's senses instead of the highest good. It should be the duty of all persons to follow the line of thought that seeks to find out how Krishna is to be served. O my Lord, I pray to thee for being employed in thy service. I will no more serve dogs and horses, iron and gold, men and gods. I have courted, I have invited my own destruction by engaging in their service. Thy service, your service, O Lord, is the only means of being delivered from this dire misfortune. But it is a far cry to seek to obtain thy service without serving those who have dedicated themselves to thy service. The service of thy devotees is productive of greater good than any other method. We do not find God in this world. The devotees who serve God, out of their mercy, show themselves to us. Of course, we also know that whenever Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur talks about God, he is talking devotees of God. He is talking about pure devotees of Krishna. The devotees who serve God out of their mercy show themselves to us. We should follow their conduct and teaching. It is the only path to our well-being. Due to our meager education and small experience, to most of us, the ideas and ways of thinking of the devotees of God appear to be unedifying. It means unedifying slave mentality. They appear to be the way the pure devotees of Krishna think, that appears to be useless slave mentality. Let us not indulge in such profane ravings under the urge of mental aberration. Let us not come to such foolish conclusions. On the contrary, our line of thought should be, let the censorious people calumniate us to their heart's content. We will not mind them. Let us roll in the dust and forget everything in the ecstasy of intoxication by excessive drinking of the strong and tasty wine of the love of Lord Hari. That's this. Yes. Here, this Sarvabhauma statement. Parivadatu jano yatha tatha va nanu mukharo na vayam vichara yama. Hari rasa madira madati matta bhuvillu thama natama nirvishama. The talkative people will rebuke us in so many ways. Is it not? We do not care. We will become completely intoxicated by drinking the liquor of love for Lord Hari. We will roll about on the ground. We will dance. We will experience ecstasy. The idea is this. if you want to propagate Krishna consciousness, you cannot be too much bothered about the criticisms of the non-devotees. Okay, here there is something from Prabhupada. This is from Back to Goddess, 1952, Volume 1, Part 9. It is titled Paramahamsa Shri Srimad Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Goswami Maharaj. It begins with this, Adore, adore, ye all. Where is that? So many. I'll try to get it out and I'll put it in the Telegram group. Should remember to do it. Om Vishnupad, Shri Srimad Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Goswami appeared in this mortal world in the year 1874 in February, on the 6th, as the third son of Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur, known as late Kedarnath Dutt, in his early householder life. Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati was known as Bimala Prasad Dutt in his early life, and from his very boyhood, inspired by his devotee father, lived a strict, pious and religious life. One instance in his early life will prove how much he was rigid in his principle of religious way of life. The instance may be cited here as a matter of course. Srila Kedarnath Datta, as an ideal grihastha, used to worship Sri Sri Radha Govinda Vigraha at his house. As such, one day he purchased some good quality mangoes for the deity when Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati was a mere child. The child, Bimala Prasad, pretending the childish nature, ate up the mangoes without the knowledge of his father. The father, when he came to know that the mangoes purchased for offering to the deities at his house were swallowed up by his child Bimala Prasad, he mildly rebuked him and warned him also not to commit the mistake in the future. The child Bimala Prasad took up this matter very seriously, and as the proverb goes, the child is the father of future men. So he proved himself then as a future Acharya of the human community. From that day forward, till his departure from his mortal world, he remembered that mistake which he had committed in his early life, and as a matter of self-imposed punishment, he never touched mangoes of any kind for his eating purpose. In his later life, he was so many times requested by his thousands and thousands of disciples to accept mangoes, but he always reminded of his childish so-called mistake and always quoted the instruction from the Ishopanishad that everything belongs to the Almighty God. Nobody, therefore, should accept anything in this world unless the same has first been offered to him, the Almighty God. Another instance of his early life may be stated here, that when Bimala Prasad was on the lap of his beloved mother, his father, late Kedarnath Datta, was posted as magistrate of Puri. The car festival of Sri Sri Jagannath Ji took place at that time. The house was situated just near the main road through which the car used to pass. So when the car was moving, it stopped all of a sudden in front of the house where Sri Bimala Prasad was on the lap of his mother. The car of Jagannath stopped and did not move with utmost endeavor of the pulling devotees. The mother of Bimala Prasad took this opportunity and was helped to get up on the car for darshan of the deity with her saintly son. The baby Bimala Prasad was then thrown up on the holy feet of Sri Sri Jagannath Ji, and at once the baby was blessed by the God as some flowers fell down on the baby from the hands of the deity. After this incident, the car began to move, and every intelligent person present there could understand that the child Bimala Prasad was not an ordinary one. There are many such small but very significant instances from his very childhood which indicated Bimala Prasad to be a future great personality. And it so happened that in his later age, He became the most powerful Acharya in the line of Gaudiya Vaishnava Sampradaya. In the disciplic succession from Madhvacharya, who was in the line of Brahma Sampradaya, coming down from Brahma, the creator of this universe. There are 4 Sattvata or transcendental spiritual Acharya Sampradayas or fundamental schools of theism, such as the Brahma Sampradaya, beginning with Brahma after his initiation from the personality of Godhead, the Rudra Sampradaya beginning from Shankar or Mahadev, the Sri Sampradaya beginning from Srimati Lakshmi Devi, the eternal consort of Sri Narayan, and the Kumar Sampradaya beginning from the Kumaras, namely Sanat Kumaras. Sri Madhvacharya belonged to Brahma Sampradaya, Sri Ramanuja to the Sri Sampradaya, Sri Vishnu Swami to the Rudra Sampradaya, and Sri Nimbarka belongs to the Kumar Sampradaya. All these 4 acharyas are bona fide preachers of the pure transcendental philosophy, dealing with the problems of this world, the living entities, and the Almighty God, who is the Father of creation, as well as the living entities who are falsely trying to dominate over the creation and the controlling energy known as the material nature. Sri Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Goswami Maharaj happened to be the 10th in the line of 10th generation in the line of disciplic succession from Lord Chaitanya, who accepted Srila Ishvara Puri as a spiritual master. Srila Madhavendra Puri was the spiritual master of Srila Ishvara Puri, and he, Sri Madhavendra Puri, belonged to the disciplic succession from Madhvacharya, who was direct disciple of Sri Vyasadeva. The spiritual master of Srila Vyasadeva was Srila Narada Muni, who was directly initiated by Brahma, the originator of the Brahma Sampradaya. And therefore, my spiritual master, Sri Srimad Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Goswami Maharaj, belonged to the transcendental school of philosophy of the Brahma Sampradaya, linking Brahma to Vyasadeva, from him to Madhvacharya, from Madhvacharya to Lord Chaitanya, and from Lord Chaitanya to himself in a systematic principle as stated in Bhagavad Gita. Evam Parampara-Praptam. As a bona fide Acharya of the Brahma Madhva Gaudiya Sampradaya, the mission of Sri Srimad Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Goswami was to re-establish the pure form of theism as propounded by Lord Chaitanya in the line of his predecessors. Lord Chaitanya preached only the teachings of Bhagavad Gita in the most practical way to suit the present environment created by the dark age of quarrel and fight. In the latter age, calculated to be 200 years before the advent of Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Goswami Maharaj, many pseudo-spiritualistic parties in the name of Lord Chaitanya grew up like mushrooms to exploit the noble sentiment of spiritualism of the innocent people of earth. Such pseudo-spiritualistic parties deviated poles asunder from the preaching of Lord Chaitanya because they were unfit to undergo the disciplined regulations, and as such they had mitigated a via media principle of rotten materialistic idea with pure spiritualism. They misunderstood the highest form of worship contemplated by the gopis of Vrindavan in the spiritual process with the materialistic idea of erotic principle. As such, the highest principle, the Rasa Leela stated in the Bhagavatam, to be understood and relished at the stage of Paramahamsa, was made a plaything by such pseudo parties, also known as the Aul, Baul, Neda, Kartabhaja, Sai, Darvesh, Sakibeki, Sahajiya, Caste Goswamis, Caste Brahmins, and so on. Even now, you find people influenced by these Sahajiyas trying to influence devotees of devotees who are trying to follow Prabhupada and Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati. Every now and then somebody will come up and say, it's okay, you're doing all these things, you're reading all these things, but you need to study Radha Krishna's pastimes, the real stuff, the Ashtakaliya Leela. Are you doing that? This is all due to Sahaji influence. These pseudo parties passed as the disciples of Lord Chaitanya with their cheap, nefarious activities. And of all the above parties, the Sahajiyas and the Caste Goswamis became the most obstinate obstructors to the onward progress of the universal movement of Lord Chaitanya. The Caste Goswamis, they said, unless you're born in a Brahmin family, You can't do much. You can't do much. And then the Sahajiyas, they also put various obstacles, terrible obstacles, by telling people to meditate on that for which you are not qualified for in the state prior to anartha nivritti. Okay, let me just make a note of where I am going to continue. So, this is appendix 3. This is appendix 3. Okay. Okay, let's add what is chanting 7-tongued Sankirtan. One thing I know, there are 7 special features of Sri Krishna Sankirtan. Chetodarpanam, like that, if you see, there are 7. But Bhakticharya Swami Maharaj, when he explained this expression 7-tongued Sankirtan, he also said that in Vedic sacrifice there is something called 7-tongued flame. I did not know what that referred to. I haven't studied Dharmakanda in detail, so I don't know. But I know definitely that there are 7 features of Param Shri Krishna Sankirtan. There are 7 features. Yukti Mallika. Yeah, he published Yukti Mallika of Vadiraja Tirtha, Madhva Sampradaya, the first part. But he wanted it to be completed. We will see more in Bhaktisiddhanta Vaibhava. Please explain what is meant practically by sweep it out by a rough application of pointed broomsticks. What can we practically do to get rid of this? Prabhupada quoted Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur's statement that in the morning, after you get up, you should beat yourself with broomsticks 100 times. And at night, before you go to sleep, you should beat yourself on your head with your shoes 100 times in order to make yourself humble. Of course, he did not mean this literally. The idea is that we should not take our, the ideas produced by our minds too seriously. It is attitude. It is attitude. There's an attitude. We need to develop the right attitude of non-duplicitous, non-diplomatic, uninterrupted humility. First of all, towards Krishna. First of all, towards Krishna. We may say so many things, but when Krishna puts you in an actual trial and tribulation, then we say no. You'll see further what it means when we come to Bhaktisiddhanta Vaibhava. Then see, those of us who imagine we are already pure devotees of Krishna, when you go through that, only you'll understand what it actually means. Krishna can be severely demanding. Think about what we can never ever do means. We can never ever become Krishna. You can never ever become the best devotee of Krishna also. Krishna himself is Krishna's best devotee as Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Scrutinizing our ineligibility. Does it mean we must do fault finding with ourselves and work on that? We should have a realistic understanding of what we are at the current status. We can't be in some delusion thinking that we are some great devotee, we are going to go back to God in this lifetime, when in reality, if we continue in our current status, it will take another 350 lifetimes. Be aware of what we are. No need to imagine we are greater, there's no need to imagine we are lower also. You should be aware of reality. No need to overestimate, no need to underestimate. You should just be aware of what's required and, no, just be aware of reality. Why we need to always be in tamoguna, imagining ourselves to be something greater or lower? Or thinking that I'm so ineligible because of this. So they'll help us be more dependent on Krishna and Guru and hence be meek and humble. It's not artificial, it's just being aware of what we are right now. We should be aware of what we are right now. We should know what the goal is and how to go towards the goal. And we should check whether we are moving towards the goal or away from the goal, or whether we are getting distracted by this side, that side. Inferno, okay, wait. Do a search on what inferno means. Of course, it may give modern meaning of inferno. Okay. It refers to hell, Christian. And there are other modern meanings, but it refers to hell. Okay, anything else? Anyone has any question, you can raise your hand. All right. If you have further questions, we can discuss it on Telegram.